All right, good morning, everyone. I am taping. This is Jeff Scott. Welcome to day 12 of the Rankin Technical College online AWD 1100 C# programming class for the summer 2023 semester. All right, as I mentioned in the email I just sent out a couple minutes ago, today we will go over chapter 8 of our textbook, which is on collections and arrays. Tomorrow, I'm going to go over some of the problems from chapter 7 and 8, mainly 8, but we'll look at a few of the things that are in there. Plus, there's not that many problems, so we'll go over some other stuff as well. On Wednesday morning, I will distribute by 7 o'clock, the chapters 7 and 8 pretest. I will go over the directions for the chapters 7 and 8 pretest from about 8 o'clock until 8:15 a.m. Then you'll have about an hour and a half or so to take it, and then we'll go over it now, write it from scratch. Thursday of this week, the end of the week, the end of our class week, we will take the chapters 7 through 8 hands-on test, or hot number 3. And as far as that goes, again, I will have it emailed to you by 7 a.m. And again, I will go over it from about 8 a.m. until 8:15 a.m. As it says in the remember section down on the bottom of the page, your chapters 4, 5, and 6 written tests and homework, there really are no labs. They were due yesterday. All right. Your chapter 7, 8 written tests, homework, and yes, lab problem, those will be due by midnight this Sunday coming up. All right. Now, before we start, I want to mention a couple things. First off, I have graded the tests and I have upgraded the grade book to include the grade you got on the test. With a couple of you, for whatever reason, either I couldn't read your repo, or because you made a good a new repo or something and didn't send me an invite, or the repo that you have that was there that I looked at, the test wasn't in there. So if you got an email from me, please make sure that I get your test as soon as possible. I'd like to go over it, but I don't want to go over it until I have received everyone's test and they've all been graded. All right. Hopefully that makes sense to everybody. All right. Now I want to show you another thing, because a couple people have questioned me about this. What I'm going to do, I'm about to come in and create a bunch of programs for you today. But before I do that, let me create the folder for those like we usually do. It's kind of foolishly, I already created them and put them into the chapter 7 through 11 folder that we had been using. So let me just come in here and do a new folder, and I'm just going to call this arrays, because that's what this chapter is mainly on. All right, now I'm going to purposely do something in here where I'm going to, for lack of better words, kind of make a mistake, because some of you have asked me questions about this. All right, so I'm going to create a new project, and I'm going to just call it, just so I've got something in here, I'm going to make it a GUI project. So it'll be a Windows Forms app, .NET Framework. And I'm going to call it Array GUI 01. And I'm going to put it into the arrays folder. Now, there's nothing new there. You've seen this stuff already. We'll just call this solution arrays. All right. Some of you continue to have an issue with what I'm about to show you. Now, just so you see this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to build a real quick interface. We're not going to do anything with this one right now. We're not going to do anything with this one. All right. But let me come in and just do a few things here, such as I'm going to come in and I'm going to add a label. and I'm going to add a text box. That's all I'm going to put on here. The idea behind this thing that I'm showing you right now is not to write a program, but to show you some of the problems people have been having. All right. So I'm going to come in here, change the background color of my form. We'll make it that. Change the background color here. All right, change the background or the foreground color here. All right. And what I want to do, what I want to show you here, all right, what I want to show you is not going to be a surprise at all. I'm going to put 3 buttons on here just to kind of symbolize the buttons we've been usually creating. All right, those being the calculate button, the clear button, and the exit button. I'm not going to do anything with those. All right, but I am going to make this bigger because I want you to be able to see everything I'm doing here. All right, so like I said, a real simplistic little interface here. We're not worried about names. We're not worried about really anything here. All right, everything that we're doing here is just fine. Now, what you are used to doing after we go in, and we change the name of our buttons, what you are all used to doing here is you're all used to coming in and double clicking on here and getting whatever we rename the button. All right, click. So I'm going to purposely, like I said, make some mistakes on here. Okay, so I came in here and I did a bunch of stuff. I double clicked on everything. And now I've got a whole bunch of junk in here. All right. Well, the first thing is I don't really want these button 1, button 2, and button 3 clicks. And I don't want them because I haven't renamed my buttons yet. So how do I get rid of those? The answer is not to go in here and highlight it and hit delete. Do not do that. Do not do that. Rather, go back to the design, click on one of the buttons, come over here and find the lightning bolt like I've got right here, click on it, and under the click event, highlight where it says button 1 click and hit the, just remove it. Then do the same thing for button 2 and the same thing for button 3. Now what you'll notice is when I go back and look at my code, those are all gone. That's how you remove these. In the same way, when I come in here and I don't want, I've got this label 1 click and text box 1 click. Let's just say I just don't want those, period. I click on label 1. I go over again, click on that if I have to on my lightning bolt where it says label 1 click, highlight it, hit backspace, and it's gone. Do the same thing here for the text box. Now you'll notice this is different. It's not under click, it's under text box changed. When you double click on any control, you open up a code window for the default event for that control. For buttons and labels, it's click. For a text box, it's text changed. So now when I highlight it, hit backspace, now notice when I come back, all of that stuff is gone. All right. That was the first thing I wanted to mention because I'd gotten emails from a couple of people asking me how to do that. All right. The second thing, I'm not concerned with this being an actual program. I'm not concerned with this actually, working or doing anything, but there were a few things I wanted to go through. All right. So if I come through here and I write something like this, public void, I don't know, calculate grades. All right. What a bunch of you did on here, all right, is something like this. Let's say that we come in here. First of all, if the idea is I want to put a grade in here, all right? If you come in there and just do the, say, if, we didn't give it a name, so let's give it a name. In fact, let's copy these. I'm going to do this. I'm going to move this down, copy this, paste it in. Okay, there's my new interface. All right, it looks just fine, so it's locked. I am going to rename all these. All right, not to waste your time, but I want to show you a couple things here. All right, so here's my button. And again, as always, this will be BTN calculate, and it'll be called calculate. Well, I don't know how that didn't change. There you go. I guess I didn't make my buttons big. Whoops, now I've got two buttons with the same name on them. We're going to fix that in just a second. All right. Okay, so this here, there's BTN calculate. Actually, that one was, so I screwed up. We'll fix it. All right, so there is BTN calculate. There is BTN clear. And of course, there is our exit. So this is going to say, I'm going to call this LBL number grade. And we're going to put in there number grade. And this is going to say letter grade. All right, and it will be called LBL letter grade. All right, this will be TXT number grade. And this will be TXT letter grade. All right. So I come through here and do my normal stuff. This is going to continue to be worth points on tests, renaming the form. And most of you did that, but when you rename a form, they should start with FRM. All right. I'm just going to call this FRM grades right there. Do you want to change everything? Yes, I do. I'm going to come over to here. I am going to set my accept button to BTN calculate, my cancel button to BTN clear. I'm going to set my start position to center screen. All right, I'm going to go over to my form, and I don't want that to say form one. That looks very poor. So I'm going to put here AWD1100 C# grades program, something like that. Now I've got something that at least is a little bit explains what this is about. All right. Okay, so I've got all that. Lastly, I'm going to go and view my tab order. Okay, this is going to be a read-only field. In fact, let's do that right away. So this field will be read-only. Since it's read-only, it should be one of your later things to get the tab order. My tab order will be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Do another view tab order to make that go away. Now I should be able to run the program. All right, it says I've got errors, so let's fix whatever errors we have. Oh, I started writing this calculate grades program. Okay. Or the calculate grades method. There it is. All right. I can come and put stuff in here. Clear doesn't work. Calculate doesn't work. Exit doesn't work. You've seen this stuff before. There's nothing new here. I'm not concerned with doing much of anything in this program other than I wanted to mention it's still going to be worth about 5 points per GUI program that you set the accept button, set the cancel button, set the tab order, set the Windows start position, and give, rename the form and give your form some kind of a heading. That's going to be worth 5 or 6 points on every single GUI app that we do, just so you know that. Now, what a lot of you did was this on a grades type of program. I'm going to write this. I know that this isn't exactly the way we did it for the test, but I'm going to say here if, so a lot of you went in and wrote this, did something like this. You said int n grade for number grade equals int 32 dot parse txt number grade dot text. All right. It's not really the way you should do that because what you're doing is you're screwing it up if you want to put in something non-numeric there. So I'm going to come in here and do this. I'm going to say if n grade is greater than or equal to 190. So we've got int n grade, and we're going to have in here a string L grade. That'll be our letter grade. All right, so we'll come in here and say L grade equal A. I mean, you know what's coming here. This is not a difficult type of program. But what a lot of you did then after this was you wrote another if statement. So you said if n grade greater than or equal to 80. No, this should be else if. And the reason that that becomes so important is if the person did have a grade that was greater than or equal to 90, why would you want to go down and check again? That doesn't make any sense. Get used to using else ifs if you have multiple conditions that are basically based off of the same thing. So it'll be B, C, D, F. All right. And again, I'm just literally making arbitrary values up here. All right. Now, when I'm all done here, I'm going to say txt letter grade dot text equal L grade dot toString. I don't even need a toString in there. It's already a string. All right, equals L grade. Variable. So we have to give it an equal to double quote right there. All right, now when we run the program, you've seen this before, and I come in here and I put in 100. Well, I'm not getting a letter grade. Why is that, Jeffrey? Oh, I'm never calling calculate grades. That would probably help, wouldn't it? All right. So now notice since I renamed the button, it's correct. So I'm going to come in here and I'm going to call this calculate grades. All right. Now, it's still not the way I want it, but I'm going to put 100 in here. I get an A. 90, still an A. 80, it's a B. 70, it's a C. 60, it's a D. 33, it's an F. Now I'm going to break it. Not break it, but let's see. So what if I put 100 in here? That's fine. What if I put in 200 in here. That shouldn't be an A. I really should have some kind of a range check at the beginning. What do I mean? Well, I'm going to come in here and at the start, I'm going to come in here and I'm going to say, this is why we make constants. So let's make a couple constants in here. So I'm going to declare and initialize program constants. And I'm going to have const int min grade equals 0, const int max grade equal 100. So we're assuming that the best grade you can get is 100 and the worst grade you can get is a 0. All right. Then even before I check any of this, I should check do a range check. So if the N grade is less than the min grade or it's greater than the max, then all I want to do is I want to say txt L grade, that's letter grade, txt letter grade dot text equal, and I'm just going to say invalid input, and I'm going to return. Now notice if I run this and I put in 200 like I did before, I get invalid input. That's really the way you should be doing this. All right. So let me make a couple of changes in here because I'm squirrely. So I'm going to take that and I'm going to set the text align to center. I'm going to take that and set the text align to center. That's about it. Now for my clear, I want to clear, set focus. All right, so txt number grade dot text equal double quote, txt letter grade dot text equal double quote, txt number grade dot focus. And I'm going to grab that. Write that into another routine. All right, let's see if that works. So if I come in here and put some junk in here, in fact, let's do a valid grade. So let's do 77. You got to see clear now works. All right, I'm not worried about the exit button right now. Okay, the other thing is, yeah, we are calling calculate grade in here, and that's okay. So our calculate is calling another routine. That's good. The only one that we didn't put anything in for is our exit button. And you know I often call this exit program or not. You can again call that whatever you would like. All right, so we've got that. I'll have to steal that from an old program. There that is. Get rid of this. All right. Okay. Now, some of you lost points on the test for what I'm about to show you right now. You ran the program, and I'm going to put in here hello and click calculate. And what happens? You get this input string was not in a correct format. All right, we learned how to fix this in chapter 7, but we also learned a workaround in chapters 4 to 6. What do I mean? I mean, I'm going to come in here. I'm going to grab this line right here. I'm going to set this equal to 0. All right, just like that right now. I'm going to set it to 0. All right, And now I'm going to come in here and I'm going to add one more. I'm going to say bool result. Okay. Now I'm going to come in and do this. I'm going to say result equal. Now I can do my integer dot, I guess it's an int 32 dot try parse. All right, what do I want to parse? TXT number grade, where do I want to put the result in N grade? We've gone over this before. If this line of code works, result is true, and N grade holds whatever numeric value we put into there. All right. If result is false, we put something non-numeric in. All right. So I'm going to come in here and I'm going to now say if not result, and I don't know, I'm going to just put down again, I'm going to kind of grab what we had here and put in invalid input. Oops. But there is garbage in there. So I am going to say txt number grade dot text equal and clear it out. And I'm going to set the focus there. Now let's see how this has changed. All right, file, save all. And if I put nothing in there, I get invalid input, but notice I didn't get any errors. The program didn't break. If I put in a number that's too big, well, I'm not sure why I'm not printing that, but let's try it again. Invalid input, that's what we wanted. And we can clear. If we do it again and put something, again, invalid input, all right, that's good. All right, I don't know why it's not clearing that, but it's not. So let's see. Oh, because we did a range check right here. We didn't clear this out. So if we put something, we can again say txt number grade dot text equal nothing, and then txt number grade dot focus. Now again, we're doing the same thing, exact same thing here and here, except I've changed the order, but there's really no difference. All right, I'll move this one down or up. So now they're exactly the same. So I can write a new routine and just put these 3 lines in there. All right, and it's kind of, I'll just give it a kind of a goofy name, but private void reset number text box. There those are. So again, I want to get that name. So now I can change that to just this. Reset number text box. All right, and I can do that here. And I can do that here. What I'm trying to get across to you right here, what we're starting to do is talk about refactoring code to make it run the way it should. All right. So if we try this, we get something non-numeric, it's going to call this routine. That routine is going to put invalid input into the letter text box. It's going to clear out whatever was in the numeric text box, and it's going to set the focus. And I do that right here for anything that's non-numeric. All right, so here, make non-numeric input check. And I'm doing the same thing here, making a range check. All right, so if I get down to here, input was numeric and between 0 and 100. So calculate associated letter grade. Just like that. Okay. And here, display letter grade. Okay. And I just wanted to make sure everybody understood that. So I quickly, and I shouldn't have called this array GUI 1. There's no array in there. All right, but it's okay. All right. So with all of that said, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to come in. I'm looking in here. I've been having problems getting. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come in here and I'm going to just write something. All right. I want to give you an introduction to arrays right now. All right. And by doing that, and I apologize because some of you have kind of heard this. I don't know if you'd call it a story or whatever, but I have been living in Missouri now for about 7 years. All right. A little over 7 years. And when I first moved here, I had a daughter who was going to college in Rockford, Illinois. In fact, she had just started. So what happened was when I moved up here, I moved by myself, not with my wife and my one daughter who is still living at home. All right. But I moved up here by myself and got an apartment that I lived in for a couple of years while my daughter finished school. All right. Why am I telling you that? Well, if you can imagine, and this is the truth, it was an 8-story, or not 8-story, it was an 8-unit. So there were 8 different apartments in there. All right. So in other words, there were 8 different tenants. So we're going to imagine that this is 123 Main Street in Lake St. Louis, Missouri, 63367. All right. And we're going to imagine that, and I was in number 1. So that number 1 held Jeff Scott. I didn't know any of my neighbors, really. So I'm making them up right now. We're going to say that in apartment 2, there was Greg Green. In apartment 3, there was Brian Black. In apartment 4, there was Mary Brown. In apartment 5, there was Gail White. In apartment 6, there was Mike King. And finally, let's see, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, I skipped one. All right. After Mary Brown, there was Gail White. And after Gail White, there was Karen Clark. Then there was Mike King. And finally, in apartment 8, there was Barb Jones. Now, are these actually the names of the people? No, I'm making that up. But if the mail person came, we had one of those big long mail chutes, and they had a little tag on the outside with each one of our names. Okay. Now, if somebody had sat there and made and sent me a letter and they sent it to Jeff Scott, 123 Main Street, let me just copy this. Like that, it probably would be put into the right box. Okay, probably it would. If they did this and then said apartment number 1, again, it probably would go into the right box. If they did this, it might go into my mailbox. It might go into Mike King's mailbox. You don't know. All right. Because really what we have is we've got a number here, and that number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Each one of those is connected to one of the names. All right. What does this have to do with anything? Well, in the past, the way that we have been writing these programs is every single variable that we have created has been what's called a scalar variable, SCALAR variable. What that means is it could only hold one value. So I could do something like this. I could say, for example, tenant one, in fact, let's make it a string. So string tenant one equals Jeff Scott. String tenant two equal Greg Green. And you get the idea. I am going to real quickly copy and change them. All right. But and there's a reason for me doing this. It's not to waste my time. It's not to waste your time, but I want you to understand that when you're working with scalar variables like this, all right, that each variable can only hold one value. That's what makes them scalar variables. Now, scalar variables are also referred to as elementary variables, simple variables. They go by different names, and it really doesn't matter what you call them. The key thing is what I'd already told you, and that is the fact that they can hold only one value at a time. And if you understand that, then you're on your way to understanding what we're about to go into in just a few minutes. All right. So what we now have, unless I screwed it up, and I don't think I did, all right, but what we now have are 8 different variables. Okay. Now, if I moved out like I did about 5 years ago now, something like that, and let's say that, I don't know, Mindy Smith moved in, then this would change. So I'm in here, but if I moved out, now I could reset this and say tenant one equal Mindy Smith. All right. And no big thing. It's just that now, rather than this holding that value, it now holds this value. All right. Still have scalar variables. Nothing new there. All right. But wouldn't it be nice if I could make one variable that would hold all of these values? They're all tenants, and they're all tenants in the same building. So wouldn't it be nice to be able to make a variable called tenants, let's say, that would hold all of these things? That's what you can do with an array. All right. And rather than just keep putting this stuff out here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to start writing some programs. All right. So I'm going to go back to here. I'm going to first change. I've got this called array GUI one, and it's not an array. Maybe one puts an array in there later. I don't know. But I'm going to come in here and I'm going to close this. Come on. There we go. Sure, we can save that. And I'm going to make a new project. In fact, I'm going to make several of these. So I'm going to make a new project here. It's going to be a console app. All right, a console app.net framework. So there it is. And I'm going to call this array console 01. We're going to put it in this arrays thing. So I'm going to click create. And we've got that now. Now I'm going to get rid of this because I usually do that. And I'm going to change that to, after using system, I'm going to have a using static system.console. All right, if I wanted to be really particular here, technically this comes alphabetically before this. I don't care. All right. But what I want to do is I want to introduce the concept of an array right now. But I don't want us to lose track of what we've been doing. So what I mean is I'm going to introduce arrays to you, but I'm going to call methods to fill up the array and another method to display the array. All right. Now, there are 8 people in that unit. So I'm going to say, I'm going to here declare and initialize my program constant. All right. So I'm going to have a const int, and we'll call it num tenants. And I'm going to set that equal to 8. And again, I could change that later if I wanted to. If we made the, if we made it bigger or whatever. All right. So what I want is I want one variable. I want one variable that is going to hold all 8 of those people's names. So I do this like this. I say string, and for the first time, I say bracket, bracket. Those are not curly braces. Those are brackets that are right up above and to the left of the enter key. So that's saying that this is going to hold a bunch of strings. Okay, how many? We're going to let it know in a minute. So I'm going to call it tenants, and I'm going to set it equal to new string of size 8. All right. What I want to do is I want this variable that's called tenants right there. I want that to hold all those values that you see right here. All right. And I'm going to call 2 different routines. I'm going to first call a routine called fill tenants array, tenants array, and I'm going to pass in the array, tenants. And then when I get done, I'm getting the error because I haven't written that method yet. I'm going to have another one that's going to be called display tenants array. And again, it will need the array. Okay. Now, for now, let me comment this one out because I'm going to write the other one first, and then I'm going to write this one. All right. Since it's working directly with main like this, we need to use the word static. So I'm going to say static void, and I'm going to call this fill tenants. And I'm going to pass in my array. Tenants is too much to type. So I'm going to type in string bracket bracket T. All right. Now, all I want to do here is basically the same thing I'm doing right here, but it's even simpler than what we've got here. So let me copy this in. Don't worry if we get any errors, we'll fix them right away. All right, it still is not correct. We're going to make it correct right now. All right. So for those of you that this is your first class at Rankin, if you've never heard this before, computers are a little different. They begin counting at 0. There's an old programmer's joke that says, ask a programmer to count to 10, and she or he will say 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All right? Why am I telling you this? Well, first of all, I'm going to change all of these. I'm still going to have errors, but I'm going to change each one of these to T. And we'll get the errors out of here in just a minute. All right. We have to let the T know that it's an array, but we have to start counting with 0. So that'll be 0. We'll change the numbers for each one in just a second. All right, so this will become 1. This will become 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. What I have done in here right now, what I have done in here right now is, again, this is the equivalent of this. The difference is in the example right here in this text editor that I'm using, there's 8 different variables, each holding one distinct value. However, in here, I have one variable that's originally, it's called tenants, but we're just renaming it T in our routine. All right. But I've got one variable that holds 8 different values. That's a big difference from anything we've done previously. All right. Now let's see if we can display these. So again, I'll get an error here because I have not written the routine yet. So let's write the routine. Static void. And again, this is a string array. So string bracket, bracket, T we'll just use again because it's easier. All right. Now we have no errors. So I could run it now, but it's not going to display anything. Okay. So I'm going to put a write line in here and hit, whoops, hit there about 4 or 5 times. I'm going to say this array program number 1, hard coding, and empty array. All right, that's all fine and dandy. Another write line. I'm going to put a bunch of dashes in here. And if you say, what are you doing? Just bear with me for a second, okay? If I run this program right now, it's not going to show much, but it will work. So if I go File, Save All, and I run this, oh, I still got the other one up there. So let's reset or set our startup project and run this. And there we go. So we've got array program number 1, hard coding and empty array. That's all fine and dandy. All right, that's good. Looks like I've got a couple too many of these, but there. All right, I want to come in and I want to do this. I want to display all array elements. In other words, I want to show all the names. All right. And I could come in here and literally I could come in and say, do a write line of T0, a write line of T1, a write line of T2. So I could do it like this. I won't put all of them in there, but I'm going to say in here, write line. And if I did come in here and say T0, T0, notice I don't get any errors. All right. And if I run the program again, it's got my name in there. So I could do that, and I could do that 8 times, and it would work. So again, I could come in here and do this. So T0, T1, T2, T3, T4, T5, T6, whoops, T7. Okay, and it would work just fine. So file, oopsie, file, save all, and run the program. And there's my 8 names. That worked. All right. I'm not going to say it was good or bad. I'm just telling you it worked. All right. Without any problem. All right. But let's comment this out. Because one of the things that we learned in a recent chapter was how to go in and use loops. So let's use a for loop in here. And we're going to say for int, I'm going to call mine LCV for loop control variable. For loop control variable equals 0, loop control variable less than t dot length. That's how many things are in the array. So LCV plus plus. We're going to go over all this in just a moment. All right. And now I'm going to just do a right line. Right line. And I'll say tenant number. And what we'll put in here is the actual number, which will be LCV plus 1. All right. Plus, we'll put in here a tab. Just trying to make this look kind of nice. Plus TLCV plus, in fact, that should be all we need. All right. Let's put a tab over here so it looks a little nicer when we start. We're going to come back and look at every bit that's in here. So file, save all, run the program. All right. There we have it. Now, I guess I didn't need that tab, but you can see I now have everybody showing. Let's take the tab out from the beginning. Right here, let's take out that \T and let's run. There, that looks pretty good. All right, so let's take a couple minutes and go over this particular example. All right, and talk about, again, what's new in here. All right, now this is the number of what are called elements in my array. And in this case, elements represent the number of families or the number of people, whatever you want to say, the number of apartments we have in here. We set that equal to 8 because I had shown it to you with 8 different units in here. All right, then we've got main. This is new. All right, so when you are declaring an array, and basically what an array is, it is a variable that can hold multiple values. It is the first time, rather than us using scalar variables, or what are also called elementary data items, we're using what's called a data structure. And that's the first time we're looking at a data structure. In this chapter, we're going to look at arrays and we're going to look at collections. They're both data structures. So what we're saying here is I'm making this variable called tenants. It's going to hold a bunch of strings. How many strings? 8 of them. And they will be numbered from 0 through 7. Now, you may remember this. I'm going to type in something here and remove it right away. But we did this before where we said random, rand, equal, new, random. We've done this kind of thing before. I'm going to get rid of it. We don't need it here. But when you use the word new with random, we're creating what's called a new instance of the random class that we're calling rand. Why am I telling you that? Because what we're doing in here is we're creating a new instance of the string class that's going to be called tenants, and it can hold multiple values. All right. So we create this string array. Again, this will be create string array called tenants. And even though it's a little bit whatever, it's I'm just repeating what's down below. So here we will fill up the tenants array with strings. And here we will display the values in the tenants array. All right. And this is just going to be one of those things. If you have not read the chapter, I would strongly recommend that you do that even before you watch this. All right. And sometimes people say that because I've heard this before. When I go and give you a bunch of programs first, and then I go back and go over the chapter, they say, well, why don't you do it that way? I want to show it to you in action. So when we actually see it in the book, you know, oh, that's what he meant when he did that. All right. So this right here, what is this doing? This basically is initializing the tenants array. We declared it up here, but we didn't put anything in it. There's just 8 empty strings in it right here. Now we're actually giving it values. This right here was just a heading. Okay. And this was displaying the actual values. As I mentioned, there was a way we could have done it like that. But notice we basically went and took 8 lines, which were very repetitive, and replaced them with 1, 2, 3, 4 lines. All right. And when we did that, if you go in and you look at what's in blue right now, it's a for loop. It's starting with 0. The length of the array is the number of elements in the array. And there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 elements. Even though they're numbered 0 through 7, there are 8 of them. So this is saying start at 0, while it's less than 8, which will go from 0 to 7. All right, write the word tenant. And this LCV plus 1, if I didn't do this, I could just have put LCV in there. But then rather than saying tenant number 1, tenant number 2, it would have said tenant number 0, tenant number 1, etc. And then notice when we print it out, this is one of the things that confuses people more than anything else. T is the name of the array. LCV, loop control variable, is a placeholder for the current array. First time through there, that what you see in blue is going to print out T0. It'll print out this one. The last time through, it'll print out T7, which is this one. And then you've got all the ones in between. Again, I'm not saying, hey, do you totally get this? Isn't this easy? No, it's not. But the use of arrays, they're basically used in virtually every programming language that I know of. All right. Okay, now there's a start. And I'm going to go on and I'm going to write another one here, okay? I'm going to write another program. It's going to be similar to the one that we just wrote. It won't be identical, but it will be similar to the one that we just wrote. All right? So I'm going to take and grab everything that I have here, not in main, but I'm going to grab everything that I have in this fill tenants array and this display thing, all of this, and I'm going to just copy it to the clipboard so I have it available to me. All right. Then I'm going to close this. Yes, I want to save. And I'm going to write array console 02. All right. So let me add a new project. It will again be console app.NET framework, and it will be array console 02. All right. Now I'm immediately going to come in here and paste that in. Don't worry, I'll have to fix this again. So this will have to say using static system.console. All those errors should now go away. All right, they're gone. Okay, so another way we could have filled up that array, remember the way we just did it, the way we previously filled up that array was we came in here and we did this. In fact, let me grab this. I'm going to grab the constant and use that again. All right. But the way we did this previously is we came in there and we did this. So right now, our two programs are virtually identical to one another. All right, we're going to change that in just a moment, but just so you see it. All right, just so you see it. In fact, let's go back to this one because I think you'd all agree that we created a thing here called num tenants. I don't need to put 8 in there. That really should have been num tenants like that. It should still work exactly the same. Go File, Save All, and run the program again, and I get the same thing I had before. Okay, so let's go back to this one now. So right now, if I go back and actually make this num tenants, now again, these two programs are identical to one another. All right. Sometimes when you create an array, you already know the values that are going to go into the array. All right. I think you can hopefully you see where I'm going to. So we already know these values. So rather than having our own routine, we could fill up the array right here. So we don't have to say new string num tenants. We don't have to do that. We can just put in here, this is a curly brace. I'm going to hit enter a couple times. Another curly brace with a semicolon. And now I'm going to put those names in here. It'll look a little different in just a minute. But we're going to fix it so it looks much nicer in just a second. All right. Now, just so you know, when I'm showing you right here, I'm writing each name on its own line. Did I have to do that? The answer is an emphatic no. But I want to get rid of all these. I'm still going to have errors. Don't worry about it. We're going to fix them. This will be fixed in about 60 seconds. Now I have to change all of these semicolons to commas. And hopefully you notice that as I'm doing that, all of my errors are going away. And I don't need a comma before the last one. So this is another way that I can do this. What I'm doing right here is I am pre-populating an array. So in other words, before I use it, I'm putting in the values. You'll notice that when I do this, I don't have to give it a size. All right. And I put everything between curly braces, and between each value in the array, I am putting in a comma. Now I don't need this fill tenants anymore. I can get rid of this whole fill tenants thing. I've already filled it. So now all I have to call is display tenants. Okay. So rather than hard coding an empty array here, repopulating an array. All right, let's see. This is program number 2. Let's see if this works. So File, Save All, we'll run it. And lo and behold, there's my values. Whoopsie, it's running the wrong program. Let's fix that. So we'll want to take our array console02, set that as our startup object, run it. It should say array2, and it does. All right. So this works exactly the same way that our previous example worked, but rather than creating a new array and then going in and basically putting the values in there in a different routine, what we did here was we set it up so that we pre-populated the array from the get-go, is what I'm saying here. All right, and let's see. Now, like I said before, what I'm showing you right now is by no means the only ways of doing this. I am trying to show you here some of the popular ways of doing some of this. All right, some of the ways that you're going to see as a programmer for doing this stuff. All right, but hopefully you noticed in both cases, I already knew what my values were. So I knew it here and I knew it there. So in both cases, I already knew what the 8 values were that were going to go into my array from the get-go. Well, sometimes you don't know the values. So let me close this. All right, I'm going to keep a bunch of this stuff just so I don't have to keep typing in front of you. So I'm going to grab that. And first of all, let's come in here and let's create another array console program. All right, so again, I'm going to right mouse click on here, add, new project. It will again be a C# array. So this one will be array console 03. Okay, and the first thing again I want to do is I want to come in here and I want to add that program constant. All right. And the other thing that I can do is I can immediately go in and do this and do my using static system.console. All right. So let's see. I've got no errors, and that's good. I can still use in here, I can still use my display tenants routine. So I'm going to keep that. Again, I'm just doing this so you don't have to sit and watch me type and type and type here. All right. So we've got all that stuff. But what we want to be able to do now is to input the tenants ourselves. I'll do it again and I'll put in different names just to prove to you that it'll work. All right. So the first thing I want to do is I want to create my array. So as we did previously, I'm going to say string bracket bracket tenants equal new string. And inside of here, I'm going to have my num tenants, just like we did before. All right, but now, yeah, I'm still going to come in here and I'm going to call display tenants, and I'm going to pass in my array, just like we did before, display tenants. Oh, it's display tenants array, I'm sorry. All right, so we've got that. And it says display tenants array does not exist in the current format. Show potential fixes. Well, let's look. So there's our void. Let's see what the fixes are. Generate method display. I don't want to do that. Oh, I spelled display wrong. I wrote display. Let's just call this display tenants. I don't like the way we had been doing it. All right, so this will be again display tenants. And let me double check. Did I spell it wrong in the other ones too? Because if I did, that's kind of stupid. So let me see if I did it here. Yep, I've got display. And we did use the word arrays. So let me change that to display. Sorry, my typing skills aren't what they should be. All right, let me make sure that that didn't break anything. So this is program 1. And there they are, good. All right, so let me do a file save all. And I can get rid of program 1 now. All right, so let's bring up program 2. All right, and again, I don't believe I did that, but I did. Display and display. All right, so that all works. File, save all. Let's make number 2 our active program, and let's run it again to make sure it still works. And it does. Okay, so I fixed those. Now we're on our number 3. So this will be number 3. Right? So we'll fix this in just a moment, but we will call it display tenants array, just so that we're doing the same thing every time. You don't have to do that, but I'm going to. There. All right. So we don't want to run this program now because we don't have any values in the array. There's nothing in there. So really, if I did run it, oops, I got to change my start project. Okay. And the reason it shows like this is because when you set up an array, a string array, and you don't put any values in there, it automatically goes and defaults those values to the empty string. Had they been numbers, they would all default to 0. Had they been Booleans, they'd all default to false. Okay, that's okay though. So in here, I'm going to call this input, output, and array. So let me run that. Input, output, and array. Yeah, that looks good. All right, again, I'll remove a few of these. All right, now we want to write a new routine. So this, you already heard this will display all array elements. Nothing new there, but let's write another routine above that, and we'll call this input array elements, and we'll pass in our array. Now we're getting an error because we haven't written input array elements yet. Let's write it right here. So private, it's got to be static, I'm sorry, static void input array elements. We'll have this string array. We'll again just call it, so we don't have to keep doing all that typing, T. All right. Now, I could run the program, but it would look exactly like it just did because we are not inputting anything yet. All right, so we're going to do that right now. And if you noticed, in here, we got a nice for loop that we're using to display all the stuff. Well, I'm going to copy that for loop. And I'm going to say, now input all array elements. All right. So these are all strings. So I'm going to say, enter name of tenant number just like that. Okay. And what that will do is that will say enter name of tenant number 1, enter name of tenant number 2. Okay. Just so you see it. So let's do a file, save all. All right. Enter name of tenant number. Okay, I didn't give you a chance to put anything in there yet, but we're going to do that now. And it really is simple. We're going to say the name of our array, which is now T, LCV, which is our current array element, equal read line. Exactly the way we've been doing it previously. All right, let me put in a couple \n's here. All right, and let's save this and run it. Whoop, instead of making that, that's another thing. All right, I put a write line here. So you'll notice if I put my name in there, a lot of you did what I want to do here is instead of write line, I'm going to put a write in there. All right, so file, save all, and let's run it again. So now enter name of tenant number 1, and I'm on the same line. All right, and I'm just going to put in John Doe. Enter name of tenant number 2, Jane Smith. Number 3, Ken Green. Number 4, Mike Black. Number 5, Harry Brown. Number 6, Mary Jones. Number 7, Martha White. And number 8, Joe Dirt. All right, so you can see the 8 names that I have put in there, that I have inputted. And there's my 8 names. So what I showed you the first time was us writing a routine where we hard-coded the 8 values into the array. In the second example, all right, in the second example, I showed you an example of rather than hard-coding the values in a routine, we hard-coded the values in when we created our particular program. All right. And now what we're doing, all right, now what we're doing is we are allowing the user to enter his or her own values in there. All right. Now, that's a good way to get you started. But let's write a program that maybe at least is a little more reminiscent of the kinds of programs we've been doing. And I'm not saying that so much that this isn't, but I'm going to write a new program here. And it's going to be all new. So I'm going to do a file, save all. I'm going to close this one up. I'm going to close this up. And I'm going to create 2 more console programs for you right now. All right. So the next program that I create, so I'm going to add a new project. It'll again be a console app. This one will be array console 04. All right. And create. All right. Now, to try to keep it simple here, just so you know, I have in my class this summer, there's 6 of you. Summer typically has smaller classes. All right. And I know that Mr. G's class has 4. I don't know how many people Mr. Gegelman's class has, but I know we've got more than Mr. G's class does. But what I'm going to put in here is I'm gonna write something where we're going to enter student grades. We did before, but we did that in a GUI. So for right now, let's go in here and we're gonna do some stuff where we're going to work with two different arrays. All right. So let me start by coming in here. And as we've been doing, I'm going to declare and initialize our program constants. All right. And the first one will be const int, and we're going to call this num students. Oops, num students, and we'll set it equal to 6 because there are 6 of you. All right, we're going to have another const int, and I'm going to have min test score, and that's going to be equal to 0, and another const int with max test score, and that's going to be equal to 100. Now, we are to the point in here, and I realize we're only like 13 days, 12 days in, whatever it is, but these 3 lines of code that I'm showing you right here should make sense to everybody. We have 6 students, and that can't change because it's a constant. The lowest score that a student can get is 0. The highest score that a student can get is 100. Okay. Now, again, what I'm trying to do here, this program will be a little longer, it'll be closer to 100 lines by the time we get done with it. And right now it's at what, about 20 lines. All right. But we're going to come up here and we're going to create 2 arrays. I'm going to create a string array, and it's going to be called student names, and it's going to be equal to a new string of size num students. So in other words, there'll be 6 names. All right. And then we're going to create an integer array. That's going to be an array of numbers, and it's going to be called student scores. And it'll be a new array like this. And I'm a little squirrely like this, but there we go. So we now have 2 arrays. The first array is going to hold, 6 student names. I'm going to make the names up. I will not use any of your names. The second array will hold 6 scores, 1 score for each student. Now, you'll notice that the size of each array is the same. There are 6 student names. There are 6 student scores. All right. When you've got 2 arrays like this that I want to use together, for lack of better words, they're typically referred to as parallel arrays. I'm going to be using them in parallel with one another. All right. So I'm going to write 2 routines right now. All right. So I'm going to make 2 lines. I'm going to get errors on both lines because I'm going to call 2 routines that do not yet exist. The first one will be input names and grades, and it will need both arrays. So it will need the student names and it will need the student scores. I'm getting an error because, again, it doesn't exist yet. So let me come in here and write in static void. All right. Let me just grab all this. It'll give me an error, but we'll fix it. All right. And let's call the first one SN for student names. And let's call the second one SS for student scores. All right. And now that error went away. Okay. I'm not doing anything in here yet. We will in a minute. But now I'm going to write one more. And this one is going to be called figure statistics. All right, again, I'm getting an error because I don't have anything yet written that's called figure statistics. I do now. So right now, there's no errors in this program, but if I run it, not going to do a flaming thing. All right. If I do display the statistics right now, all right, if I, well, it won't do anything because we haven't written anything, but it would show 8 empty strings for the names and 8 zeros, because that's what the default values are for these. All right. Okay. Now, really particular here. Now, and if you say, what? Let me show you exactly what I mean. All right. Now, in here, I want to input the student names and their associated test scores. That's what I want to do. So I'm going to put in here for int LCV equals 0, LCV less than, it doesn't matter which, they're both the same length. So I can say SN.length or SS.length. It doesn't matter. All right. And I'm going to put a right in here. Let me put in my using static system.console. All right. So now I can come in here and I can put in a right. All right. And have it say input student. And again, I want to say input student 1 to 6 instead of 0 to 5. So I'll put in here LCV plus 1 plus name. All right, so that'll say input student 1 name, input student 2 name, etc. All right, so student name, SN, LCV equal read line. All right, let's just look at that one. First, let me get rid of that, fix this, fix all my errors. There. Now, if this works, this should say input student number 1, input student number 2, input student number 3, input student number 4. Number 2. Let's see if that works. We haven't done anything yet with the actual grades. So file, save all. All right, and input, we got name of tenant, so I don't think I changed this, so we will set that as our startup project. There we go. So input student number 1 name, Barb, number 2 name, Bill, number 3 name, Betty, number 4 name, Barney, number 5 name, Fred, number 6 name, Wilma. Got that. Okay, so I'm going to say here, input each student name. Okay, there's a start. All right, now I want to input each student test score. All right, so I want to say score here. All right, I can't just do a read line because I'm putting it into an int. It's going to give me an error. I may not be showing it now, but as soon as I make that an S, it's going to give me an error. But I can do a convert dot to int 32 of a read line, not an ead line, of a read line, or I could do an int32 dot parse, not a try parse, but a parse. All right, let's save this. Let's save this, and I'm going to put in 6 scores. So Mary, 100. Mark, 90. Millie, 80. Oops, 80. Mike, 70. Maddie, 60. Mac, 50. It works, not a problem. However, you should know this by now. When I run this, if I leave the first name blank, that's not a problem. It's a string. But if I leave this blank, program blew up. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this whole thing and we're going to put it into a try-catch block. And we're going to try to catch one of those format exceptions. Everything that I had in here, everything, and I'm going to put it into, oops, I missed a line, so I'll grab it in a second. All right, so I missed that. There we go. All right. And I'm going to catch a format exception. What I do with this is if I put in something bad, I'm just going to assume I want the program to just end. So I'm going to say write line, bad input, and I'm going to say associated message was, and I'm going to put the message in there. Remember how to do that. It's format exception dot message, just like that. And then I'm going to do one more thing. All right, I'm going to come in and say program closing now. I'm just going to end the program. All right. And what we have been doing when we've been closing the program in a GUI program, we've been saying application dot exit. And you'll notice it doesn't work here. The way we're going to close this down naturally in a console program is to say environment dot exit 0. All right. So if I run it now, and I'm going to put in here before it stops, I'm going to go in there and I'm going to add a read line so it doesn't go off the screen. Okay. All right. So I'm going to put in Bob, 100, Mark, 90, Mary, 80, Sue, 70, Sally, 60. All right. Now I'm going to put in a bad one. Okay, so I'll say Carrie, and I'm going to put in nothing. All right. Well, what happened? Some reason it didn't show this, and I'm not sure why, but this right line, it should have caught that format exception. Let's see if it does. If we put that read line down there, it may have been showing, but it just may have literally left the screen. All right, I'm just going to break the program right away. So Mark, I'm going to leave it blank. Okay. Oh, you know what? It's already exiting. So I've got to do the read line before I exit. That's the problem. So Ken, and hit enter. There you go. Bad input. Associated message was input string not in correct format, program closing now, and it's gone. All right. But I'm going to put a little right line in here, and it's going to say in figure statistics function, just so you see it. Okay, this is called a stub. All right, so now I'm going to actually put in 6 names. Okay, I'm going to actually put in 6 names. And I'm not going to put in this \n that's right there or the one that's right there. In fact, we'll put in the one here. Okay, and if you say why, let's just look at how it looks now. Input student 1 name, Mary, 100, Mark, 90, Ken, 80, Sally, 70, Mary, oh, you already have a Mary, Maggie, 60, and Brian, 0. So it works. It's not a problem right now. It's still going to blow up if we don't put anything, if we put something non-numeric for a test score. All right. But, and I probably went too fast in here. Let me grab that read line again. And let's see if this line is getting hit now. Right there. So let me run it again. And I'm just going to put in 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4, 5, 5, 6, 6. And there it is. I'm now in the figure statistics function. So now I can go in and try to figure out some actual statistics. All right. So I want to figure out the high grade, the low grade, the sum of all grades, and the average grade. All right, so that's what I'm going to do right now. Now, I could do all of these in the same routine. All of these in the same routine. But I don't want to. I want to write different routines for each one. All right. So I'm going to make another one here. That's going to be static. In fact, we'll do it right here. And I'm going to leave, we'll get rid of this for a second. And where it says in this and the read line, I'll leave the read line there. But I'm going to call here int high grade equal determine highest score. All right, we'll call it high score because we're calling it determine highest score. Again, that'll be called high score. Then we'll have an int low score, and that'll be called determine lowest score. Then we'll have an int sum score, and that'll be called determine sum of all scores. And finally, we'll have we'll make this a double, so we can have it to a couple decimal places. Double AVG score, and that'll be equal to determine average score. Now, again, I could write this in such a way that I could write all of this stuff right in here, but I'm writing different routines because each routine is just doing one thing. So let me comment these out. And we're still getting an error here because we haven't written this one yet. So let's write this one right now. All right, we now have our 5 scores. So I can say here static or determine high score, but guess what I need for this? I need my array. So I've got to pass in the scores array. I don't need the names, I just need the scores. So to figure out these statistics, I won't need the student names. I'll only need the scores. so I can get rid of student names up here. I could leave that if I wanted to put the name to go along with the, the student name to go along with that, but I don't want to do that. All right, and so I have to pass in here SS for student score. All right, and this will now say int bracket bracket. We'll just call it the same thing, SS. And this is going to have to be a static int. It's going to return a number, the highest score. I'm not returning anything, and that's why I'm getting an error. All right. Now, there's two ways that I can do this. I'm going to show you both of them. But before I do, the highest score anybody can get, according to what we have in here, is 100. We're next going to do the lowest score, which is a 0. All right. I just decided to do high first, then low. Did we even put a low in here? Determine high score, determine low. In fact, yeah, we'll just do the high one first. That's fine. So the highest score somebody can get is 100. The lowest score they can get, the lowest score is a 0. Okay. So I'm going to come in here and I'm going to create a variable, int high, and I'm going to set it equal to min test score -1. Now that might sound a little weird. Min test score is 0. 0 minus 1 is -1. Why am I making the high -1? And the answer is I'm doing it that way. I'm doing it that way because then I'm sure that the first time I come in, even if I have a grade of 0, it'll become the new high. All right. And I want to be able to compare every single high that comes in here with what's currently in my high score. Then when I'm all done, I want to return high. Okay. So I'm going to put in a loop for int LCV equals 0, LCV less than SS.length, just like that. Now what I want to do is I want to come in here and say if the current grade, which is SS LCV, if that's the current score, if it's greater than high, we got a new high. So high is going to, whoops, I don't know why I did that, but it did. There's our new high, just like that. And then once we fall out of the loop, all we want to do is return high. And that's it. There's our determine highest score. So we are purposely setting high to begin with. We are setting this to be our lowest possible score -1. That way, when we come through here, we can be 100% certain that the first score that we enter in, even if it's a 0, will become the new high. Now, just to show you that this is going to work, all right, I wouldn't normally put this here, but I'm going to type in here, right line, current highest score is plus high. We'll do high.toString. Like that. So you can see it. I'm going to put in 5 valid scores. All right. So right now, when we run this, all right, and I guess you won't, the way that we're doing this, you won't see, well, let's just do it. So M33, L37, R90, X54, J22, B91. Then notice as it comes through here, how the highest score changes. All right, that's kind of neat the way it's doing this. So it's coming through here, and the first time through, it's actually going to make it 0. All right, but then when we put in 33, that's the new high. Then we put in 37. Now that's the new high. Then we put in 90. Now that's the new high. Then we put in 54. 90 is still our high. Then we put in 22 and 90 is still our high. Finally, we put in 91 and that's our high. So it is keeping track of the highest score there is. That's exactly what we'd want. So I'm going to take this right line. I'm just going to comment it out. Now, to make my life easier, and again, so you don't have to sit there and watch me type, I'm going to grab this. Oops. I'm going to grab this whole routine, everything. All right. And I'm going to put it right there. But now I'm going to call this determine lowest score. And now this is going to be low. So let me change everywhere I've got high. I want to change it to low. We'll undo this. We'll bring in low again here. And this will be a less than. All right. Now, instead of setting this equal to -1, we're going to set it equal to max score plus 1. In other words, it'll be equal to 101. And I think that's called max test score. There we go. And we want this to say lowest. All right. And then we have to pass SS in again. All right. Now, we're not going to show any of this, but we're going to look at the lowest. All right. So again, let's come in here. We'll do Mary. Let's say she got a 13. Millie, she got a 26. Mark, he got a 78. Bob, he got 100. And let's see, we've got Bill, he didn't come, so he got a 0. Finally, we got Joe, who got a 66. All right, so remember those scores right there. And I'm going to hit enter. And notice it's 13. It's still 13. It's still 13. It's still 13. It's now a 0. It's still a 0. All right. So it appears as though both of these are working. Our determine highest score is working. And our determine lowest score is working. Now, because I'm just a little bit, you know this already, quirky about this, I'm going to do the low first and then the high, like that. All right. Okay, so we've got those done. Let me move this up then. You don't have to do this, of course. It's just that I'm a little weird. There. So now we've got our lowest followed by our highest. Okay, good. So what's next? Well, the sum of all the scores. So that'll also need the array passed to it. So I have to call determine sum of all scores. So let's do that down here. Static. All right. And this is again going to return an int. Determine sum of all scores. And it is having passed into it an int array that'll be called SS. This is easier than any of the other stuff that we've done. I'm going to say int sum equals 0. Then again, we're going to create a loop like we've been doing. All right. And all we have to say is sum plus equal that. And then return sum. That's everything. That's all we have to do right there. All right, looks like I may have an error here. So where do we have an error? Oh, somehow I lost a curly brace. There we go. This one is easiest probably to test. And what I mean by that is all we're going to have to do here is put in, 6 numbers. So I'm going to keep it simple. We don't care about highest. We don't care about lowest. We just want to add them together. All right. So let's do this. Bill got 0. Mary got a 10. Mark got a 20. Bill got a third, not another Bill. Well, that's fine. Got a 30. Again, Mark got a 40. So what? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 values. Finally, Ken got 100. All right, let's first do the math ourselves. 0 plus 10 is 10. 10 and 20 is 30. 30 and 30 is 60. 60 and 40 is 100. 100 and 100 is 200. You didn't tell it to print it out. So let's print it out. We can even do it again right in here. And we can put in here current value of sum. Sum is, and again, sum dot toString. So let's do it again. Mark 0, Bob 10, Bill 20, Mary 30, Jane 40, Jim 100. So again, 0 and 10 is 10 and 20 is 30 and 30 is 60 and 40 is 100 plus 100 is 200. But we're getting the running total. 0, 10, 10 and 20 is 30, 30, 30, 60, and 40 was 100 plus 100 is 200. So that's working. All right, this is good. I'm going to again comment this line out. And now I'm going to come in here and we'll do our average. All right. Now, average doesn't need the scores. Okay. But it needs the sum of all the scores. So it needs sum score. All right. So we will copy that in, and it's going to return a double. So we will have in here static double. There it is. And it's going to be, it has in here this int called sum score. So what do we want to do? Well, we want to return. And what do we want to do? We want to divide sum score by the total number of scores. Now I'm going to do it wrong. I'm going to put in here sum score divided by the number of elements or number of students, 6. Now that'll work, but it's going to throw away any decimal that we have. So let's take this and let's cast that so that it's a double. Like that. All right. So let's right here, let's do another right line. Put it up here for now, and we'll write down average grade is. And this will have to be AVG score. dot to string, and let's do that to 2 decimal places. All right, let's uncomment this line. All right, or average score, let's say. All right, so let's run it again. Bob, 10, Mary, 20, Jane, 30, Ken, 40, Bill, 50, Jack, 70. So first let's add those. 10 plus 20 is 30, plus 30 is 60, plus 40 is 100, plus 50 is 150, plus 70 is 220. So if I did this right, and we take 220 and we divide it by 6, we should get 36, and it should be rounded to 36.67. Let's see if that's what we get. There you go. So we now have all of our statistics. Now, what we did in here was we did a right line here, and we did a right line in here, and we did a right line in here, and we did a right line in here, etc. And it probably would have been neater if I would have taken this for like the low and put it right in the loop, and for the high and put it right in the loop. Because then you could have seen it as we were moving along. We've already got it inside of here for the sum. Okay, but let's write one more routine in here. All right, so I'm going to write one more routine, and I'm going to call this was called figure statistics. So I'm going to play statistics, and I'm going to pass into it the low score, a high score, the sum of all scores, and the and the average score. Just like that. And again, we're getting the error because the routine has not been written yet. So let's write it down here. This will not return anything, so it'll just be a void. We'll get errors, but we'll fix them right away. Let's make this an int. We'll just call it low. Remember, we don't have to call it the same thing. We'll have another int, and we'll just call it high. Then we'll have another int. Put this on 2 lines so you can see everything. And we'll call it sum. Finally, we'll have a double, and we'll call it AVG. All right. Now get rid of that. And now we have no errors, but we're not going to print anything right now either. So let's do this. Let's build an output string. So I'm going to say string output str and set it equal originally to nothing. All right. And then output str plus equal. We'll just do them in the same order we have them here. Lowest test score plus low. Okay. Highest test score and plus high. Sum of test scores, and that'll be sum. Now again, you don't have to do this, it'll still work, but I'm going to put a dot to string on all these. It's just considered good practice to do that. And then finally, one more. AVG of test scores. Now, it may not be perfect as when it prints out, as far as the how everything is set up, but it'll be okay. And we'll print that out with 2 decimal places because it's an average. All right, now that we've got all that, now we can say write line, output string. And we'll do a read line after that just so it doesn't run off the screen. And if we've got another read line in here, we don't really need it anymore. So that one, well, we can leave that one in there. It won't hurt anything. Let's just try it. So a file, save all. Oops. I did that, but I did. There we go. All right. Oops, I did not set that. Yeah, that should be set to my start, but we'll double check. Set a start a project. Okay. So we'll have Mary got a 67. Bill got a 39. Jean got 100. Carl got an 81. Betty got a 99. And Clark got a 15. Now I'm going to hit enter, but before I do, let's first play computer ourselves. All right, what do I mean? Well, when we look in here, first let's do this. So we've got 67 plus 39 plus 100 plus 81 plus 99 plus 15. So our sum of scores should be 401, unless I screwed something up. That should be our sum of scores. Our highest score should be 100. Our lowest score should be 15. And our average score should be a 66.83. Let's see if all that comes to be. Lowest is 15, highest is 100, sum is 401, and the average is 66.83. So what that particular example was designed to do, and you're going to get all these, okay? But what that particular example was designed to do, let's see if we may look a little nicer here. Blank line after that. All right, let's run it one more time and see if I did pretty it up or if I made it look worse. All right, so array stats program, lowest, highest, etc. That's not bad. All right. So what I've done so far in here today is I have come in, and the first thing I did was to go over this array GUI, which shouldn't have been called that, but that's okay. And I talked about some of the problems that people have been having in here. All right. From there, I went in and created an array console program. And in that program, we called a routine to fill our tenants array, but we hard coded the values in. So we initialized those values right inside of the routine. In other words, every time we run this, since we're using the same inputs, we'll have the same outputs. But we did it in its own routine. All right. Then next, we went in and we ran or created another console program. And in this particular example, oops, try that again. In this particular example, we initialized the array when we created it. We did not write our own routine to initialize the array. Rather, we just initialized the array from the get-go. It was within curly braces. It had a semicolon on the end because it's a variable. It's a variable declaration. And each one of the array elements that go from 0 to 7 at the end had a comma. All right. So that was the second one that we did. Then next, we went on and we did another one. All right. And in this example, we called our routine here to input values or input a value for each array element. And we wrote an input thing so we could have different outputs. All right. So that was the third one that we did. And then finally, the one that we just concluded, close that, was we came in and just to mix it up a little bit, we worked with a different type of an array. So the first three programs, we worked solely with string arrays. Now we have both a string array representing student names and an integer array representing student test scores. We again allow the user the opportunity to go in and each time she or he runs it, input their own names and grades. And then based on that, we figured out the statistics. Now, in here, we also said, all right, we also said, run these, and if you put in bad data, meaning there was a format exception, and what that meant was either if you left it blank or put in something non-numeric. But you know what we didn't do? Let's do that right now. We didn't do a range check. All right. So I'm going to do this a little bit differently. And what I mean is I'm going to come in here and I'm going to say if SSLCV, if it's if it's less than our min test score, or it's greater than our max test score. So if we put in something out of range, so we'll put in here range check for score less than 0 or score greater than 100. Score wrong. And I like to leave no doubt, even though I'm putting in really what are redundant parentheses in here, but I'm doing it anyway. Now, if this happens, we're going to throw our own exception. So I'm going to come in here and say throw new argument out of range exception, just like that. But I'm going to give it a message too. And I'm going to say, let's put it on a new line so it doesn't fly off the page. I'm going to say, you entered a score less than min score dot toString or greater than max, and it's min test score and max test score dot toString. I'll fix that one in just a minute. So this should say test score. All right, so now if I, boy, oh boy, if I could just spell. If we enter a value in that's either less than, if it's either less than 0 or it's greater than 100, that should come up. All right, and it's going to do this new like that, but I'm not catching it any place. So I'm going to come down here and say catch. And we want to catch an argument out of range exception. And all I'm going to do in here is I'm going to say write line. All right. And we'll put the message in. I haven't been doing a good job of using my $sign and making those template literal, so I'll do it there. Let's see if that happens. All right, now, if that happens, I'm also going to say that it was bad input. All right, but we'll do this. We'll do the same thing here. But rather than it saying bad input, I'm going to have it say out of range input. And this will have to change to AOORE. And this one, instead of bad input, I'm going to put down non-numeric input. So if you put in a value that's out of range, or if you put in something that's non-numeric, the program's going to end. Let's test that. First of all, before we even do anything, let's test it with good data. So Bob, 100, Max, okay, Ma, 88, Max, 77, Ken, 66, Barb, 55, and Betty, 44. All right, we're getting stuff. 44 is our lowest, 100 is our highest. I'm going to take for granted that that's the right sum, and 430 divided by 6 should give us that. So that's working. But let's try running it again now, and let's put in bad data. All right, non-numeric input, associated message was input string, not incorrect format, program closing now. Okay, and let's see, non-numeric input, where these, I'm going to put in between these associated message, I'm going to put a \n there. Associated message was just like that, and I'll put one here too. All I did was a little bit of aesthetic work here. So now, again, if I come in here again and type in Betty and just hit enter, there, non-numeric input. In fact, let's have a blank line before this too. Before that, and before that. So, Ken, hello, non-numeric input, associated message, program closing, good. Bart, 1000, out of range input. Okay, parameter name, you entered a score. Oh, I put that in there. I don't really, I could, yeah, that's fine. That's the name of the parameter that was passed in. Yeah, I didn't have to really pass in anything, but that's okay too. All right. So now I mean, literally closing the program when the person screws up, that's kind of drastic. All right. It's just the way that I wrote it. And again, I'm not going to sit there and say that the way I wrote this is, man, this is the best program ever. I'm just trying to show you a few things as we're going on in here. All right. All right. My water's almost gone, but let's write another one. And in the next one we write, what we're going to do is we're going to create an array with 25 random numbers in it between 0 and 100. So they could represent test scores or something else. And then we're again going to do a lot of the stuff we did before, and that will show the lowest number, the highest number, the sum, and the average. But then we'll also go in and we'll sort the array in both ascending order and in descending order. All right. So file, save all. Let me close this. So we've now written 4 console programs. We're going to write one more. And after we write this one, we're going to write it again, do it again, but we're going to do it as a GUI program. And I am out of water. So literally, I can't pause, but I will be back in 1 minute. All right, so I'm going to now write another program, another console program. It'll be the last console, hopefully, that I do today. And it'll be a little more extensive and expansive than the ones I've written previously. So let me do another add, new project. It will again be a console app.NET framework. And this will be called Array Console 05. Started off the way I have been, changing this to using static system.console. All right, whoops. And we're going to try to write this again in a way that is going to be kind of what we've learned. In other words, what we're going to do is we're going to set up some constants. And we will actually use some global variables in here because we're going to be doing the same thing. We're going to be passing our arrays, our array, I should say, all over the place. So we're going to make it global so we don't have to pass it. There is no hard and fast rule about making stuff global and making stuff non-global. I've mentioned this to you before, that when you take something and you make it non-global, in other words, you make it local. In other words, you declare it inside of a routine. If another routine needs it, then you must pass it from the routine in which it's been defined and declared into the routine that wants to use it. When you define a variable outside of any function or method, it becomes global to the program. You don't have to pass it. But what you can get then are what are referred to as side effects. All right, that's typically not going to be what you want to have happen. Okay. All right. So I'm going to come in here and, like I said, I'm going to declare and initialize program constants. And I'm going to call this, we'll call it num elements. And there'll be 25 because there'll be 25 random numbers in here. Now I'm going to do this a little different. I'm going to have a const int, and I'll have my min number. I want numbers be, well, we can use 0. That's fine. So I'll say min number equals 0. But because of the way that this works, I'm going to make max number 101 as opposed to 100. And if you say, why are you doing that? Well, give me about 30 seconds because I'm going to come in here now, declare and initialize two global variables. All right, global variables. They're both going to have to be static because they're going to deal right with main, but I'm going to say static random rand equal new random. We've talked about that before. That is just something, whoops, that you need to put in if you're going to be using random numbers. All right. And I'm going to make a static array too, static array that's an array of integers. Since this is an integer array of numbers, I'm going to call it numbers, and I'll say equals new int num elements. So right now with what's in there, that numbers array literally is 100% filled with zeros. There are 25 zeros in there and nothing else. All right. So I'm going to come in and I'm going to, as much as I can, I'm going to make main. Remember, we want main in an ideal world. In a console application, your main should be a driver. It should call routines to do other things. It should do as little actual processing inside of main as possible. So let me show you how I accomplish that. Now, I'm going to get errors for everything I'm going to put in here because I'm going to be calling routines I have not written yet. After I put in the 8 routines that I'm going to call, after I put them in, I'm going to comment out the last 7 of them and then write the first one, then uncomment the second one and write the second one all the way through the 8th one. So I'm first going to call fill array. Again, it doesn't exist. Then I'm going to say int lowest equal get lowest array element. Int highest equal get highest array element. Boy, oh boy. Believe it or not, I used to be a good typist. All right, next. int sum equals get sum of array elements. All right. Next will be a double, and it'll be an AVG for my average. And that is going to be get AVG of array elements. All right. And next we will call display stats, and I will pass in the lowest, the highest, the sum, and the average. Then we will call sort array in ascending order and display. And then we will call sort array in descending order and display. And finally, we'll put a read line at the bottom. Now, I'm getting errors on each one of these because none of these have been written yet. So let me highlight all of them and comment them out for right now. All right. And the first thing we'll do is we'll write fill array. All right. So why am I even doing this? Because this is an actual application program. I'm going to show you a few little twists, so to speak, in here, just so you can see what's going on. All right. And again, then we're going to go back after that, and we are going to totally rewrite this program, but we are going to rewrite this program as a GUI app. All right. Okay. So let's call fill array. Now you'll notice I'm not assigning this to anything. What that means is that the return type for fill array must be void. And you'll notice by just putting in that, now all my errors are gone. I have no errors anymore in my program. All right. So I can say for, in fact, before we even, yeah, let's do that. Say for int LCV equals 0, LCV is less than. Now I can say num elements because that's 25, or I can have the name of my array, numbers dot length. Either one of those will work. LCV plus plus. So now what I want to do is I want to get a random number between 0 and 100, and I want to take that random number and put it into that particular array location. That's pretty easy. I can just say numbers, LCV. Remember, LCV is a placeholder. All right, and I want to say here equals rand.next. Did we call that rand up here? Called it random. I like rand better. All right, so rand.next, and we want it to be between min number and max number. And isn't that what I called them? Min number and max number. All right. Now, if I run this, I'm not going to get any output, but let's try it anyway to make sure it works. So save all. Let's make this our active project by setting it as our startup project and then running this. We get nothing. That's okay. But after we do this, after we fill this, let's do it again. And rather than doing this, which is kind of stupid, I'm going to do this. I'm going to come in here and I'll comment this out in a minute, but I'm going to say string output str equals nothing. Okay. Now I want to come in here and say output str plus equals our current number. And then we'll put after that a blank space. All right. So plus equals a number plus a blank space. Okay. And then when we're all done, I'm going to do a right line of output str. And we'll see if it works. So there's our numbers. It generated 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, and 25. And you'll notice, just remember this, 38, 9, 48, 9, okay? 38, 9, 48, 9. Why? Because if I run it again, I get 25 different numbers. So every time I run this, I'm going to get 25 different random numbers. So that part's working. I'm going to comment this out. I'm going to comment all of this out. All right. And I'm putting these things in there that I'm putting in just so that you can see what's happening as we're going here. That's all. So the next one is int lowest equals get lowest array element. So let's put in a static. It's going to return an integer, and it's get lowest array element. All right. Now, what we did before was we did the equivalent of saying int lowest equals 101. We've got a thing now that's called max number that is 101. So we could use that. But let's think about whether or not there'd be another way that we could do this. All right. What if we did this? What if I said lowest is the first element in the array? So numbers 0, just like that. All right. Now I'm going to come in here and I'm going to write my loop again. And now, instead of starting at 0, which I could, but then I'd be comparing this with itself, I'll start with 1. And I'll say, if numbers LCV is less than lowest, lowest is numbers LCV. Now we've got a new lowest number. All right. And when we're all done, we will just return lowest. Okay. Now, let's put a right line in here. We'll put it right here. All right, we'll put it right here. And we'll say right line, and I'm going to say the current value of lowest is, okay, and I'll put in here plus lowest dot toString. All right. And what I am going to do too is I'm going to take this where we've got this in here. I'm going to uncomment this. We are going to print out the entire array. Oops. All right. So file, give me an error. So let's see. No, it looks like that it's not gone. I forgot a semicolon at the end of one of these lines. There it is. All right. So it says the current value of lowest is 37. I'm going to hit enter. Oh, it's because in there, I guess. But the idea was, let's do it here. I don't like doing it there, but I'm going to anyway. We'll do it in here. Somewhere in here, I've got another right line, and that's what's goofing this up. That probably might be the read line in there. I don't know. Well, let's do this. After this right line, let's put in a read line. See if that fixes it. So the lowest is 45. It was 61, but now it's 45. Now it's 29. Now it's 25. Now it's 11 because it skipped 62 and 53. So now it's 11. So it should come all the way to 7. And that should be its value. Okay, so that was working. All righty. So again, I'm going to take and comment out this line. I'm going to grab this entire routine as we did earlier, copy it to the clipboard, and change this to get highest array element. All right, so this will be highest. Now I'll say greater than highest. This will be highest. Again, I will now uncomment this. And it'll say the current value of highest is, and highest dot toString, and we'll return highest. All right. Now the one with the lowest isn't going to show anymore, but the highest one will. So file, save all. So it should say the highest is, didn't do much of anything, did it? Well, let's look. Is, well, that's interesting, isn't it? Oh, did we call it? No, we did not. That would do it. All right. So value of highest is 39. Then it should to 82, then to 83, then to 89, then to 92, then it should be done. So that's working. So we now have filled the array. We have figured out our highest number. I'm sorry, our lowest number. We have figured out our highest number. And again, I'm leaving all this in there, and I will comment these out as I'm doing them. All right. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you this copy that I'm working on now, and that's what I'm going to end up putting into the GitHub repo for today. All right. So far, for our statistics, we filled the array, we got the lowest number, we got the highest number. Now we need the sum. And it's get sum of array elements. So this will be another static int. Get sum of array elements. Again, int sum equals 0. So for int LCV equals 0, LCV less than numbers dot length plus LCV, then just that's it. But what we can do is we can come in here, done, we're going to have to return sum. All right, but we can come in here now. And we can just say the current sum is, and we'll have sum dot toString. All right, so let's take a look at that one. All right. Well, again, am I calling it? Oh, that I was. Get sum of array elements. We've got our lowest, we've got our highest, we've got our sum. I think we need a read line in here because I think it's just going right off the screen. So let's see if that's indeed the case. There it is. Not printing them out. The current sum is 18. I don't know why I got those blanks, but I do. 18 and 69 is 87. 87 and 7 is 94. 94 and 90. Again, you can see as we're making our way through here. All right, then we've got a sum. Why is it printing out this other one? Oh, we've got a read line here, so we don't need that anymore. And we got a read line here, we don't need that anymore. So I think it'll look a little cleaner now. There you go. 46, 46 and 60 is 106, and 39 is 145. If I keep working my way down here. That's it. So we've got that one done. All right. So again, we can come down here and comment out these two lines. All right. Now, if you would please play computer for a second. When we do the average, what we need is the sum divided by num elements. So we have to pass sum into this. And it's also returning a double. That should see ABG. All right. So let's do all that. So that'll again be a static, but now a double. And this will have to be int sum. And all we want to do, remember, if we return sum divided by numbers.length, it'll be correct, but it's going to hack off or truncate any decimal portion that's in there. So we will cast this to a double. Okay, that's the whole routine. All right. Now, what we can do here is, just so you see it, is right down here, I'm going to do a right line. And I'm going to say sum equals, and we'll do plus sum dot toString plus, and then we'll do the average. And we'll do that to 2 decimal places. All right. Oh, doesn't like something I've done. So let's, oh, I forgot the paren here. There we go. So I'll save all. Let's run it. So the sum of all these, and notice there's a 0, is 1338. 1338. If we take that and divide it by 25, which is basically what we're doing there. So if we come in using our calculator and take 1338 and divide that by 25, we get 53.52. So that's working. So as of right now, we are correctly figuring out, and I'm going to comment this out. We are correctly figuring out the highest of our 25 array element values, the lowest of our 25, or the lowest, the highest, the sum of all those values, and the average of all those values. So the next one is to display these statistics. All right, good morning. Just for anybody who's come in, just so you know what's going on, I'm giving you, for lack of better words, a prelude to chapter 8, which is on arrays and collections. So far, I have written 4 different array console programs, going from simple to more complex, and I'm in the middle of a 5th one right now. All right, arrays tend to work better with console programs, which is why I'm using those. After I get done with the console program I'm currently working on, I'm going to rewrite that program, but I'm going to rewrite it, and I'm going to rewrite it as a GUI app. All right, after I get done with that, then I'm going to jump into the book and go over it. So what I've been doing in the last few chapters is I've been doing one or more programs first and then going back and going into the book. And the reason I'm doing it like that is it's one thing for you to see a little bit of stuff on a page. It says, oh, yeah, you're going to do it like this. It's another thing to actually see it in action and then go back and see it in the book. All right. So I'm right here going to do a static void. This is going to be display stats, and I'm going to have an integer for the lowest number, an integer for the highest number, an integer for the sum, and a double for the average. And now I'm just going to display all of them. So I'll make a string variable that's called output str, set it equal to nothing. In fact, we'll set it equal to array statistics. And it's important that at the end of each one of these, that I put a blank line, either at the end or at the beginning. So put here. Right. All right, if this works, I now will be coming in here, and let me undo that. I will be displaying the lowest value out of all the array elements, the highest value out of all the array elements, the sum of all the array elements, and the average of all the array elements. We still have this, so we're going to be printing out the original array. So let me run this. All right. So the lowest is 0, and you can see that. The highest, when you work your way through here, is 88. Adding up these 25 numbers, you get 1103. Finally, if I take 1103 and I divide that by 25, I get 44.12. So everything is working. That's great. All right. So what's left in this particular program then? Well, we want to be able to sort the array in ascending and in descending order and then print the value each time. So let's do this one first. Again, you will get all of this code in a repo at the end of the period. So sorting an array, believe it or not, and there's more than one way of doing this. All right, but the easiest way to do it is to just say array dot sort and then give it the name of your array. That will now sort it into ascending order. All right. Now I could come in here and just write a loop and boom, just print it out. I can do that and it'll work fine. All right. But I'm going to do it a different way. I'm going to call display sorted array, and I'm going to pass it in the number 1. You say, why are you doing that? Give me about 2 minutes and I will be able to explain it to you. All right, now we're going to have the other one that we want to do, which is sort array in descending order and display. So I'm going to write that one real quickly as well. I'm going to put it right under the other one. And boy, this poly. Unbelievable. As I said this morning, I used to actually be a really good typist, but not much anymore. All right. So there's that. Now I'm going to do the same thing that I did before, except I'm going to make 2 changes. First of all, after I sort it, I'm going to tell it to take what's in there and reverse it. Finally, when I put this in, I'm going to pass a 2. Now, you'll notice I've got 2 routines in here, or one routine that's being called this display sorted array. I want it to be able to say array in ascending order or array in descending order. But either way, whether it's ascending or whether it's descending, I want to just display the 25 numbers. So let me write that down here. I'm going to move this down so you can see everything that I'm doing. So I'm going to say here, static void display sorted array. And I'm going to have an int here that I just called T. We could call it anything we wanted. This T is either going to be a 1 or it's going to be a 2. If it's a 1, I want it to say array in ascending order. And if it's a 2, I want it to say array in descending order. All right. So I'll do as much of this on here as I can so you can see all of it. So string, again, output str equals nothing. Right. Array in heck I'm doing here. Get rid of all that garbage. There we go. Array in There we are. Right array in another right. And I'm going to use one of those statements, this ternary operator that we used before. If t, and t is either 1 or it's 2. If t is equal to 1, then I want to say ascending. Otherwise, I want to say descending. And I can put a blank space after it as well. So that's going to check. And if we passed in a 1, like we're doing here, it's going to print out the word ascending. So it'll have array in ascending. If it wasn't a 1, it must be a 2. If it's a 2, it'll say array in descending. All right, just to show you that, a way that you can use this. So right line, order. I just want this to say in order. So once I get done with these 3 lines of code, it was a lot of work and I didn't have to do it this way, but I just wanted to show you again the question mark colon operator. It's either going to say array in ascending order or it's going to say array in descending order. It's going to do one or the other. Now, so I don't have to go and type in a lot, let me go in and grab. I should have that someplace. Well, I thought I did. I'll grab it from here. All right. So all right. All right. Let's run it just so you can see the whole program in action. And after we do that, we'll go back and look at it again. So file, save all. All right, so there's the original array. From what we have, the lowest element is a 3, and that's here. The highest element is 100, and that's there. Adding up all 25 of these, we get 1059. Taking 1059 and dividing it by 25, we get 42.36. Then here's our array in ascending order. So it took those numbers and put them in ascending order. Here's our array in descending order. All right, I want to pretty this up just a little bit. Okay, just a bit, and then we'll go on to the next one. So let's see. Need that. I think it'll look okay right now, so let's look. Oops. All right. I guess I need a blank line there, but there's our original 25 numbers. Here's our statistics, the lowest, the highest, the sum, and the average. Here's the array in ascending order. Here's the array in descending order. Look too bad. Now, just two things I want to do, and then we're done with this one. So. That's not where I wanted to do it, but that's okay. The original array statistics, array in ascending, and there. All right, there you go. So the original array, the statistics regarding the array in ascending order, and I seem to have chopped off the A, and the array in descending order. We'll get that back in a second. All right, so let's look at how we did all that. There's everything. I could put here or whatever to push this over, but I think that hopefully you get enough out of it that it makes at least some sense. All right, so this was the biggest program out of this group that we've done. It's 150 lines approximately. What I did was, as we were running the program, I put in write line statements in there, and I put those write line statements in there so that as we were doing things, you could see exactly what was happening. So when you get this program yourselves, if you want to run it, you can take out as many of those write line statements that were commented out. You can uncomment them to see exactly what's happening. So taking it from the top, first thing is interesting is somehow I didn't write this using system.dynamics. Somehow that got written in here, but you'll notice it's gray, so I really don't need it. I could leave it in there. It sure isn't hurting anything. All right, we have 3 program constants in here. All right, we've got, whoops. What we have in here are the number of array elements we're going to have, which is 25. So really, if I wanted to change this, for example, to 100, all I'd have to do would be to change that one right there to 100, run it again, and you'll notice now I get 100 elements. Still running the same way, but I've got 100 elements now instead of 50 or 25, I should say. All right. So I'm going to cut that back down to where it was, which was 25. So we've got an array, and the array has 25 elements in it. Those numbers will basically be random numbers. And those numbers, as they're generated, will go into an array called numbers. The smallest number we want to generate is 0. The largest number we want to generate is 100. But you'll notice that I put 101 in there as opposed to 100. The reason that I put 101 in there is when you are using the ran.next, it says, give me a value greater than or equal to this, but less than this. So we want a number that's greater than or equal to 0, but less than 101. All right. We have 2 global variables that we're declaring in here outside of anything else. All right. They are rand for our random number. All right. And numbers, which is our array. Now, we could have made the array, instead of the way it is, making it global, meaning we don't have to pass it. We could have set it up so that instead we were passing it, but I'd be passing it into this routine and this routine and this routine and routine and this routine. So out of my 8 different routines, I would have been passing it into about 6 of them. All right, there kind of comes a tipping point when you're writing programs that although you should try to minimize the number of global variables or variables that you create outside of any method, you should try to minimize them. Sometimes you can almost take it too far. All right. So I made these global because I thought used in 75% or more of the routines in the program, then I didn't have to worry about passing them anyplace. All right. Main is a true driver right here. Main is not doing any actual executable code. It is calling fill array, then it is calling lowest array, then it is, or get lowest array element, then it is calling get highest array element, then it is calling get sum of array elements, then it is calling get AVG of array elements, then it is calling display stats, then it is calling sort array in ascending order and display, then it is calling sort array in descending order and display. Finally, it's just doing a read line. This is in here because I wrote the program incrementally. In other words, I put all this in there. Then I commented out all of this and then just wrote this. Then I uncommented this one and wrote that one. I put write line statements in there, which have since been commented out. So if you wanted to see what was going on as the program was running, you could uncomment them. All right, hopefully that makes at least a little bit of sense to you. All right, so we figure out the lowest array element. We figure out the highest array element. We figure out the sum of all 25 array elements. We take that sum and divide it by 25 to give us our average. Then we display those 4 things that we've created, the lowest, the highest, the sum, and the average. Then we call sort the array in ascending order and display it. Then sort the array in descending order and display it. Then we've got a read line. So when we move down in here, none of these routines are really humongous in size. All right. This one that's right here, this is actually, basically, this is just giving us the 25 random numbers. And actually, if I wanted this to be shorter than it is, all right, I could actually take this line that's here, and I think this will work just fine. We'll see in a minute. I could there right inside of there. And I think now if I comment this out, it should look the same. It's giving me an error, so I did something goofy. Don't need that. That should be commented out as well. All right. So there's our original array. So that does work. What's nice about what I just showed you is I just cut off about 3 or 4 lines of code. And one you should be doing as a developer, even though you're all beginning developers, is if you're basically repeating some code, all right, see if you can get away without not repeating it. So this routine right here, let's put comments on every routine. This will fill the numbers array with 25 random numbers between 0 and 100. That's exactly what that does. And then it displays it. This will find the smallest number in the array And let me just put that in here because this will find the largest number in the array. All right. When I showed examples before of this, what I did, because you'll see it done in different ways. What I did originally in one of the earlier programs is the smallest number we can have is 0. The largest number we can have is. What I did in an earlier program is I set lowest equal to 101. Why would I set it equal to 101? The answer is because then I can be assured that any number that gets generated between 0 and 100, all right, any number is going to be lower than 101. So as we go in here and we write this, you can see exactly what's happening. So all I'm doing is I'm going through this. I'm assuming that the smallest one is the first one that's in there. Then I'm comparing the other 24. Every time I find one that's smaller than what currently is the lowest, it becomes the new lowest. You'll notice that if I come in here and I uncomment these and I save it and run the program again, it says the current value of lowest is 0 now. All right. What did it do? It went in and it found all of these. It said, oh, there's 0. So there it was. Now I can take this right line statement that I just showed you right here. All right. And the right line and the read line, I can put them in here. And then you can see it as, for lack of words, kind of a running total. So let's look at that. All right, it says the current value of lowest is 1. It's not doing it. It's still finding the smallest one. So let's see. All right. So it says the smallest value is 7. So it's come through here and that's the smallest. Now when it keeps going, is there anything smaller than 7? There really isn't. All right, so it's not finding it. I think it's just the way that I did this, but I'm trying to figure out, let's see. Because this is only printing once. When I wrote the program and I wrote it, if you watched the tape earlier, all right, and if I write that before other ones that are in here. So let me take all of these. Let me just grab all of these for right now. Let me comment them all out. All right, now let me run it. And it says the smallest is 12. Now it should say the smallest is 8. Now it should say the smallest is 2. And that is the smallest. So you can see that you get kind of a running total if you do that. And if I come in back and do the same thing with highest, so if I uncomment both of those, let's comment these back out, the ones for the lowest. And I'll uncomment the ones for the highest. Now what you see is the current value of highest is 88. If we keep going, it should next say that it's 90. If we keep going, it should then say it's 91. And it looks like that's the biggest number. So we're done. So like I said, if you're having a hard time understanding this, and this is a lot to take in, I'm not saying that it's not. All right. But what are we doing? Imagine this. Imagine I gave you a piece of paper and it had 25 numbers on it. All right. And I said, show me the smallest one. And let's say you were a younger person. All right. You're not as or as seasoned as you are right now. And they were random numbers. So let's say the first was 4 and the second was 18 and the third was 1. Well, you'd have 4, then you go to 18, it's still 4, then you'd have 1. So you could cross out the 4 and the 18 because 1's now the lowest. That's kind of what I'm doing right here. And the same kind of thing with the highest. So this is just checking, and it's assuming that our smallest number is the first one. Then it's checking the other 24. If it finds one that's lower than what's currently the lowest, it becomes the new lowest. And that's the one we return. Highest works the same way, except rather than less than lowest, we use greater than highest. Right? But again, it runs pretty much the same way. Then with our sum, so let me, those are all commented out, good. Let me uncomment the ones in here for the sum. All right. And that didn't like something. Oh, I know what it is. I gotta uncomment this. All right. So for the sum, current sum is 40. 40 plus 49 is 89. 89 and 55 is 144. 144 and 54 is 198, etc. So you can see that's 4, that's 5, that's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, and that's it, 25. All right. Then for the average, that's probably the simplest out of all of them. It's just the sum divided by the number of elements. So our sum divided by 25. Again, if you want to, we could have put in here, I guess, I could have put a write line and a read line in here like I did these, but then it's just going to be doing 25 different divisions. So it would take the first number, divide it by 1. It would add the first and the second and divide it by 2. It would add the first and the second and the third and divide it by 3, etc. All right. And then we wrote a routine that was called display stats, and that's literally all it did. It said array statistics, and it displayed the lowest value that we found, the highest value that we found, the sum of the 25 values, and the average, and then writes that out. So again, you'll see that if I come back to that one, well, and it looks like I'll need a write line or a read line in here. Otherwise, it looks like it's going to go off the screen. So there's our statistics. All right. And then finally, what was left was to sort this in ascending order, sort it in descending order, and then one more read line. Now, there's different ways that you can sort, but what we'll look at in just a bit when we go back to the book is there is an array class. One of the methods or functions in the array class is one called sort, which sorts things in ascending order. There's another one called reverse. So I sort it in ascending order, then reverse it, so it's now in descending order. And then I display it, but I either want the word ascending in there, or I want the word descending in there. So that's what we're doing in this routine right here. All right. It's a fairly powerful program, considering the fact that it only has 145 lines in it. It's doing a lot with a little, so to speak. So what I'd like to do next is to go back and rewrite this, but rewrite it as a GUI. So let me do a file, save all. All right. Now you'll notice if you look in here, I've already got an array GUI. All right, which I should have called anything else. Let's see if I can just change this. I'm going to rename this, and I'm going to call it kind of a dumb name, but I'm going to call it discussion because I want to show you how I used this before. All right, it's still going to say up here, renamed the wrong one. Isn't that fantastic? All right. This array GUI should have been named something else. Okay. And like I said, I'll rename it and I'll just call it discussion. Now I can rename it here, and it is renamed discussion, but it's still named array console 05 up here. There are ways of changing it. It's not even worth telling you about right now. Really and truly is not. All right. So it looks like I did it again with the same one, didn't I? Array console 5. And I renamed that discussion. And there's my phone. Okay. This is what we talked about at the beginning of class today, because I want to mention a few things to people. All right. Now, you may like it, you may not like it, but as the saying goes, you need to learn to live with it. And that is every time we have a test, and that test has one or more GUIs in it, each GUI will be, for 5 or 6 of the points will be first. All right. You have to set an accept button. I'm not asking you to like that. I'm just asking you to do it. And that'll typically be our calculate button. Then setting, try that again. So that'll be calculate. Then going down to our cancel button and setting it typically to clear. All right. Then going down and setting our start position to center screen. So that's 3 points. 1, 2, 3. All right. Then renaming the form, that'll be 4. Then putting some text in here for the form. I don't want that to say form 1. That'll be 5. And finally, setting a tab order, and the one that makes sense. This is a read-only field. So a natural tab order would be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, something like that. All right. And one of the things we're trying to teach you in this program is, not just the right way of doing things. All right. But also doing things kind of, I'm not even going to say the natural way, but the way most people would expect them to be done. All right. Now, as far as the test goes, and I know I'm repeating stuff, so if you were here for the entire talk, sorry about that, but I'll only take 5 minutes or so. All right. You will be asked from now on, and if I forget to put it on there, well, then shame on me, but I'm going to try to remember to put it on every program from now on. When you do any program that is a console program, that you put it into a loop so that you can run the program again and again and again. Not all of you did that on the last test. I did not take off if you didn't. But when I wanted to test the one program that was in there that was the console one, that being the GPA and then, grade program, I had to rerun it every time I wanted to test it because it wasn't in a loop. That's not the way to write things. All right. All right. And then looking at the code that's in here, what some of you did was you wrote this as opposed to the way I have it here, which are ifs and else ifs. You wrote them in there as all ifs. Now the program will probably or might still work. So in other words, think about this. If I made these all ifs, not else ifs, but ifs. Now let's say that I have a grade of 100. Okay. So it comes in here, is the grade greater than or equal to 90? Well, 100 is, so it'd give you an A. But if I put another if in there, is 100 greater than or equal to 80? It is, so it'll give you a B, and it'll overwrite that A. And finally, is it greater than or equal to 0? So you can have 100, but just to show you this, if I make all of these I'm going to get rid of the word else in front of all of these. All right, I'm going to run the program. Not that one. I'm going to run the program. And I'm going to put in 100. Well, that isn't very good. I got 100% and I got an F. And that's because we used ifs. Now, what's the way some of you wrote yours, it worked with all these ifs. It still worked because of the way that you wrote it, because you put checks and stuff in there. All right. But the problem with doing that and making all of those just straight if statements is that all of them are executed every single time. If I put in 100 right here, with the way this is now written, it's going to do this, and it's going to totally skip all of these. That's what you want. There's no reason that you should be making the computer do work that it doesn't have to do. All right. Also, with a couple people, you didn't do this, but again, I'm going to say, or try to remember to say from now on, write separate routines to do this. I don't want stuff underneath a button click event. All right, I want you to call routines. I don't care if it's calculate or if it's clear or if it's exit. There is a right way of doing things. And one of the things I am trying to teach you is the right way. You may not even agree with, well, you're showing us, but it's the right way in your opinion. I guess that's true. You look at this one, and this is just a simple takeoff on the one that was on the test. So the first thing I did right here, that'll handle any non-numeric input, whether it's blank or whether it's anything that's non-numeric. Why? You should understand by now that when you run this line of code, if what you put in there was not numeric, so in other words, if what you put in there either it was blank or it had letters in it or special characters or whatever, then that will be false. If that is false, we're calling this thing reset number in text box. We'll go over that in a minute. If it's true, then we'll skip this and we'll go down to here. Well, what does that mean if it's true? It means there was something in the text box. So make a range check. This is saying, okay, I've got a value in the text box and it's a number. All right, I shouldn't even say there was something. There was a number in the text box. So make a range check. If that number was less than 0 or that number was greater than 100, notice we call reset number text box. And here, what are we doing in there? We're just telling it, put invalid input in my letter grade because either I left it blank or I put in something non-numeric or I put in something out of range. Clear out whatever was in my input area and set the focus there. So that means this, and I leave it blank, I get invalid input. If I run it and put in something that's non-numeric, I get invalid input. If I run it and put in something that's out of range, I get invalid input. All right. And if I run it and put in something that's out of range the other way, I again get invalid input. Now I could have made this a different message. We could have done that and said, instead of invalid input right there, we could have said something, something else, but I'm using this routine to handle both putting in non-numeric and out of range, because it just saved me a few lines of code. I didn't have to write basically the same thing twice. All right. And then finally, in this calculate grades. So you'll notice if this didn't work, if the numeric didn't work, I returned. If that didn't work, I returned. So if I get down here, I've put in a valid number. So I can now display, and that means this should display either an A or a B or a C or a D or an F. All right. And the only other thing I would say about this is some of you, and you can blame me for this, go ahead, fine, but that code that we used for the t-shirt program, that code should have been a string, not a number. Some of you made it a number and you set it up so that if you didn't have any number in there at all, the program blew up. That's not what your requirements said. The requirement said that if you have an invalid code or no code whatsoever, that you should have no discount on the t-shirts. So if you lost points, that may be why. Now, I have graded all the tests except for one or two where I either don't have permission for that repo, you've created a new repo and didn't send me an invite or whatever. I don't know. All right. Now, regarding that, all right. Again, if you want to, if it's easier for you, create 4 repos. So if your name is Jack Smith, you could have a Jack Smith AWD HOTS, a Jack Smith AWD written tests, a Jack Smith AWD homework, and a Jack Smith AWD labs, something like that. Anytime you create a new repo, you have to send me an invitation to it. On the other hand, if you've already sent me an invitation to a repo, but you decide that with that repo, you want to make changes to it, all right, then you make your changes, you push those changes up, and you don't have to send me another invite. I can see the changes, all right? And the other thing that I wanted to say about that, because a couple people have asked me this. I went over it in class, maybe I did it too fast. And if I did, I'm sorry. All right. If you double click on there, you get the click event, which is the default for a button. So there's our BTN calculate. There's our BTN clear clear click. So we've got our BTN calculate click, our BTN clear click, and our BTN exit click. I think that makes sense to everybody. But if you accidentally click, let's say, on this one, well, now I've got this text number change. Do not just come in here, highlight it all, and hit delete. That can actually lock up your program if you do that. Instead, if you decide you don't want this anymore, then what you do is you go back in design mode, you click on whatever it is, and that's this right here. You go over to your properties window, which is over here. You find this lightning bolt. It's the 1, 2, 3, 4th. And then somewhere in there, it'll have, here it's text changed. So it says TXT number grade underscore text changed. You highlight all of that, you hit delete, and then you'll notice it's gone. I'm going to do it one more time, but I'm going to just double click on both of these labels. So it brings up a click event for a label. You'll notice for labels like buttons, the default event is a click event. On the other hand, for a text box, the default event is a text. So I want to get rid of these 3 lines. What do? I again go back to my design mode, click on the first one. The order which you do them, of course, doesn't matter. I'm going to click on the number grade. I'm going to find my click event. There it is. I'm going to highlight it, hit delete. Now that one should be gone. I'm going to go to the letter grade. I'm going to highlight it. I'm going to hit, not delete, I'm just delete or backspace. Now those 2 should be gone. And you'll notice that they are. So what's left is my text box. So I will again now click on the text box, go down to where it says text changed, highlight it all, and either hit delete or hit your backspace key. And now they're all gone. So hopefully I've answered questions that people have regarding both. All right. How to remove something that you don't want, when you accidentally click on a control. All right. And well, hopefully any other questions that people had. If you still have questions on how to do something, then of course it's your responsibility to let me know what those questions are. Send me an email. All right. And if I have to, I'll have a Teams meeting with you where we can work one-on-one. I've done this already with students in the class. I have no problem doing that. All right. Okay. So that is all those. Now, the last program that we just did then, the last one that we did was this, not that one, was this thing right here. You just saw it. Nope, not there. You just saw it. It's Array Console 5. And it was this one. All right. And again, I guess I've commented out some of the stuff that's in there. So let me uncomment it. No. Display, right line. No, I'm not sure why it's not showing everything now. Let's try it again. File, save all. To run the program again. Well, I think if I hit enter, there's the rest. So it's got your original array, your statistics, the array in ascending order, and the array in descending order. All right. What I'm going to try to do next then, one more thing, and then we're going to go through the chapter. All right, let me close this. I'm going to create a new GUI app that's going to look like this. Okay? A little bit different than what we've done before. First of all, it's got 12 buttons in it. That's a new thing. All right. And second, it's got something that's actually not discussed until chapter 9, I think it is, and that is a list box. All right. And all a list box is going to do here is it's going to show a list of the 25 numbers. So every time we click this new numbers, what's in here should change. I should get 25 new numbers. Every time I click sum, I should get a message box that gives me the sum of the 25 numbers. Anytime I click clear list box, whatever is in here should disappear. Whenever I click average, it should grab the sum of the 25 numbers, divide it by 25, and put that out in the message box. When I click sort ascending, it should put all 25 of these in ascending order. When I click sort descending, it should put all 25 of these in descending order. When I click lowest, it should find the smallest one. So in this case, it looks like it would be 4. When I click highest, it would find the biggest one. In this case, quick look-see, I think it's 89. When I do a search, I want it to bring up a box that says, what value do you want to search for? We'll talk more about that when we get there. Then it'll look through the list to see if the value's in there or not in there. If we choose a median, it's the one that's in the middle. So we'll put it in ascending order and grab the middle element. Exit is just exit. And range, we'll take the biggest number, for instance, 89 here, and subtract from it the smallest number, which is 4. So the range is 89 minus 4, or 85. All right, so that's what we're going to attempt to build right now. All right, so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to come in and I'm going to set up the interface. All right, well, I got to start a new project, so we'll do that. So add new project. This will be a Windows Forms. Now, I really do want to call this thing array GUI 01, but since I used that before, I'm just going to call this array GUI. Just like that. And there it is. I'm going to make this a little bit bigger. All right. And it won't have to really be that wide, so I'll make it a little bit narrower. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to come in here and I'm going to create a list box right here. That is, in fact, let me just change the color like I usually do so stuff stands out a little bit better. And I'll make yellow is fine. All right. And this is going to be our list box. So this is going to store our 25 numbers in it. Right there, that list box. All right. By default, it's got a name of, and that's what this says. I'm going to call it LST numbers, LST for list box numbers. So you can see that's what it has in there now. So it's going to hold 25 numbers, hopefully, eventually. All right. Then I want 12 buttons. So I'm going to come in here, bring up a button, make them nice and chunky. It's not terrible. They're not perfectly laid out, but it's not too bad either. All right, I'm going to come in as I always do and set my size to 24 bold and Arial. Okay, so that's all done. Again, this one, I may have to make these, whoops, not those. Try that again. I may have to take this and make this a little wider, smaller, whatever, or change the font size. I'm not going to worry about it right now. All right. So I'm going to lock this into place. A couple people have asked again, why do you lock your interface? You don't have to. You never have to. But now I can't accidentally click on this and drag it someplace else. That's the only reason I lock these into place. Again, if you don't agree with that kind of philosophy, you don't have to lock yours into place. All right. So let's look on our picture again. And let's see if I can do this. All right, I've got new numbers and some here. And I probably didn't make this wide enough, so I'm just going to call it new. I think if I say numbers, it's not going to fit. No, it's not. So I'm just going to put a number sign in here for numbers. So new numbers. All right. And then sum. Let's just do these first. So this will be sum. This will be average. That does not need a colon by it. Okay, so new number, sum, average. Highest, lowest, and median, or lowest, highest, median range. Lowest, highest, median range. I forgot. Oh, doggone it. Okay, I just screwed up. BTN highest. That's median. And that's range. This is exit. So we've got clear list box, sort ascending, sort descending. And search. All right. Now I can set this up any way I want. All right, but notice with 12 buttons, I will still come in here and do what I typically do, and that is set my start position to center screen. All right, there is no calculate in here, but I will come in set button. I will set it to something. You'll notice I got a lot to choose from now, and I'll just set it to I'll set it to sum. Doesn't really matter. And I will set my cancel button to clear. All right. Now with this, there's not really a very natural tab order in here. All right, but I'll set one anyway. So I'm going to click on here, view, tab order, and I'm just going to set it to 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. All right, and another view, tab order. So that's all done. So I should at least be able to take a look at it now after I set my start project. And there we've got that. So that's a start. I mean, it's not a big thing, but that's a start. All right. Now, think about what we can use. So just take a second here and think about what we can use from the previous program. All right. Because we have all the logic basically is in here, except for search and median. Basically, everything else is in here. All right. I mean, some of the stuff should be real simple. Clicking clear is just going to clear this out. Exit is going to be our typical exit thing. All right. So there's, some of it should be real easy. But once we have 25 numbers in there and we click lowest, we're just going to want to put up a message box that's got the lowest of the 25 numbers. Same thing with highest. Now, what you may or may not have thought about before, when we did this earlier, when we did the lowest and we did the highest, when we did these earlier as a console app, all right, so as this console application, for instance, when we did the lowest and we did the highest, we did some calculating in there, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with doing that. However, when we get onto this one, as an example, if I want to find the lowest number, what I could do is I could sort the array in ascending order and just grab the top value. When I want the highest one, I could either sort it in ascending order and grab the bottom value, or I could sort it in descending order and grab the top value. Now, a couple of other things. So that's the sorting, ascending and descending. The average won't change. I'm sorry, that was the lowest and highest. The average won't change. These sorts won't have to change. We're going to do something different for search. I may have shown you this already. I don't remember. I don't really care. But what we're going to do is we're going to bring in a component from another programming language. It's not hard to do. Believe me, it was harder to say it than it is to do it. All right. For the median with 25, technically, number 13 is right in the middle, the 13th one. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Really, it's 12. All right, it's the one in the middle. That'll be our median. So we will first put the array in ascending order and then grab the middle one. The range, all right, we don't have to put it in any kind of order, but it'd be nice because if we put it in ascending order, it's just going to be the last one minus the first one. If we put it in descending order, it'll be the first one minus the last one. So there's a lot of stuff in here as far as do that we've already done. All right. When we want to generate new numbers, there's a few things that we're going to have to do. All right. We will have to go in and put it in a loop, find, grab our numbers, put them in a loop, etc. Do all that good stuff. All right. But we'll want to make sure we first clear this. Because if we don't clear this, and let's say I click 4 times, click, 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 whoops, click, 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 click in there. Let's say I did that. All right, so click, 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 click. It's going to have 100 numbers in there now. You won't be able to see all of them, but it'll put a scroll bar in there. So there's just certain things that you have to kind of keep in mind as you're doing this stuff. That's all I'm saying. All right. The order in which we do these, typically what I have been doing, I think you've seen this already, but typically what I have been doing for the entire semester is for lack of better words, I've kind of been doing them in order and kind of been doing them in order based upon where the buttons are. So in other words, I'd either go like this and do all these, then do all these, or else this, then this, then this. It doesn't really and truly matter. All right. I've just decided that the one I'm going to do first is this one right here, these new numbers. All right. And again, I'm going to try to do the best I can do in here. I'm going to try to do the best that I can do as far as putting this in here and being modular with it. Now, I want to look at something before we start. All right, you'll notice if you hopefully can all see this, I'm at 3 hours, 55 minutes, and 20 seconds. What happens with Teams is once I hit 4 hours, it's going to take. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a break. There's going to be a dead spot in here for 4.5 minutes. So we can put everything that we want to do for code into a new tape. That'll also give me a chance to get another water. So I've got in here 11:55. I'm literally going to start back up at 12 noon. All right, so let's take 5 minutes, please.